We're finally here. Ah! Let me know at any point if the game's too loud, because I have to adjust it through the... computer's actual, like, volume mixer. Because I bought this on sale on Steam, so... the settings are a bit different from what I saw. Also, something that's really cool is that this game has a story mode where all of it goes through by itself, except for some small few things. I did not know this. That's pretty neat. I think I have everything set up properly. I think. It's gonna be a bit of a learning curve because we're playing with mouse and keyboard instead of a controller. I'm sure it'll teach me along the way. I hope. Now, I have never played the Great Ace Attorney. I have not seen anyone play it. So this will truly be a... I have no idea what's going on, and... the brinkles might not brinkle. So bring your brinkle can with me and we'll figure this out together. You can't plug in a controller? I don't actually know. Does it say it has controller support? It says Xbox controller. Support for other controllers is unknown. The only thing that I have is a Switch Nintendo Pro controller. I don't think that would work. So we're just gonna do it with mouse and keyboard, which is fine. Just gotta figure things out. It also has gallery stuff. Look at this. I love that the main character at one point looked more like all of his different hairstyles. He looked more like Phoenix. He still has like the Phoenix-esque hair, but short. They were gonna make him more Phoenix before. I wonder if I should turn off my... no, I'll leave that on there. You guys should be able to see the cursor. It's not a bad thing. They also have... I don't plan to change it, but they have outfits that I can change them into. Also, sir, you look like you have some really short legs. Look at it. Oops. Turn that back off. We need him in his normal attire. Also, does my mic sound okay? I should also always ask that nowadays. Everything should be good. Oh my god, there's... Okay. This'll be another long one. Sounds great. Good, good. There's two! There's two! Some good music. A Great Ace Attorney Adventures new game. Ooh. Yeah, 2 games.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling.
It's a weird-looking dog.
Of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
It's a full-on cutscene. Did he what? Did he shoot him? Isn't that supposed to be me? The Adventure of the Great Departure. Ooh. Are they gonna do that for every start of a case? 22nd November, 8:43 p.m. a.m. Supreme Court of Oh no, it begins. Judicature? Defendant's antechamber number 5. Antechamber 5? Okay, so it shows the... Okay. Long A? Long... Oh. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How could it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? Oh my god, the picture's up top! Oh! The picture's up top here! I see an uncanny picture of a judge there. Also, hold on. Cool! Cool, you can turn it into story mode at any time. Oh my god, God, this looks gorgeous. It's the bailiff. Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. I mean, the picture, the cutscene looked very definitive. He was holding the gun in a restaurant. But it's us. We can't be the murderer, obviously. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough? Oh, oh my god, the 3D models are great! Wow. He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer. Is he defending me? And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Oh, he is my lawyer. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Oh my god, he's so cool. No, so you will hold your tongue. Technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. I'm gonna have to find a PNG. I completely forgot about... Oh, they still have like the armband that has like the normal attorney badge. Yeah, it flaps in the wind. He has to be mysteriously cool. But is this sign right here from the school? Maybe the armband is their indicator of being an attorney. He has his own personal, like, somebody's always next to him, fanning him. Yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Okay. Oh god, the turds and everything. It's so nice. White, white? Right, Ryunosuke. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Why is he so cool looking? What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. God, the movements are so great. I'm gonna be gushing about this for a while. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Oh, he's so cute. There you go again, apologizing, just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. UMA University professor murdered in cold blood by student. I supposedly murdered my professor? Told you this was best game? It's really nice so far. The art is really good. It's very beautifully done. And the 3D models. It's so nice seeing them in motion like this. Really adds a lot of extra, like, zhuzh to it. It's very, very good. But obviously you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I guess he could have picked up the gun in a daze, or it might have gone off on accident. I could never murder someone. There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in second year at UMA University. And he's already a lawyer? What are you, Edgeworth? But he's far more clever than I, a star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old here in Japan, anyway. It's gonna be the star of every tragic situation, and the star of how the court system works in Japan. Oh no. I'm gonna have a worse time than I did with Phoenix Wright. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all of this started. Oh, that's a nice picture. It's so funny that the flaps of the headband just continue to move. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Uh-huh. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, to see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Oh, so he was hanging out with him for tea. And then the teacher showed up at one point? What if it was an accident? The teacher did it. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. Who's the teacher? Show me the teacher. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Ooh. Oh, beautiful. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. Well, he did say professor. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Is she gonna be like my Maya? But more got a more calm Maya. Alright then, Rudeness, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. He's such a, like, calm, kind face. Aw. Oh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. No, I can't with Naruhodo. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine. Ooh. Which means we might see a lot of you. Forensic medicine at Yume University. Oh, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asoki has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asoki has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that the permission will be revoked. I'm pretty sure he has other opportunities in the future if he does fail, which I don't think he will. We'll make sure of that. Oh, and never be granted again? Sounds like a lie, but okay. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. See, this is... I don't think you need to be telling me this. I'm already like high anxiety due to the fact that I'm being accused of murder. I had a feeling Asoki may have chosen not to tell you. Then why would it give you the liberties to tell me? Make me anxious even more. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. I wonder who the other guy is gonna be. Who's gonna be our first who's gonna be our first enemy? You see, there are certain peculiar... I know this word, why can't I say it? Peculiar... This is gonna be a great day. A word that I already know and know how to pronounce, but doesn't want to come out of my mouth. Okay. Peculiarities. Yeah. Somebody's trying to frame me. Don't say, oh my god. This is normal. This is what you're gonna get every time that I play an Ace Attorney game. Without a doubt, without fail. It's gonna happen. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll understand, or you'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... See, this is gonna be a little bit weird if we are going to help with the investigation after this. Wouldn't it mean any evidence that I find personally not be usable in court due to the fact that I found it? We'll see how that's gonna go. As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Bailiff. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I do? I'm not getting married, am I? It would seem our super surreptitious discussion are to be cut short. Words are gonna be hard today. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. Is he trying to say that I should defend myself? Oh my god, imagine. Married to Kazuma. I mean, those kind of relationships were not, like, uncommon back in the day. You just didn't actually get married. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. So he's basically telling me to defend myself. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. This is how I become a lawyer, a certified lawyer, defending myself in court. 22nd November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Yes. Yes. Why? Judiciary? Courtroom 2. Oh my god, look at it. So this is a courtroom. Can you really tell the difference between the one who's nervous and the one who's absolutely calm about the situation but is about to maybe possibly lose his entire future? Google pronunciation is your friend? Okay, hold on. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Hold on, one sec. Frickin' having to resort to Google. Why?
Judicature.
Are you
Judicature.
Maybe I haven't heard it this way before. Judicature. What? Really? Maybe it's because I think of like judiciary and that overtakes my brain.
Judicature.
I'm not going to remember that. I'm totally not going to remember that. Judicature. Really? This is what modern day English has done to me. The Supreme Court of Judicature. Remember Judge Judy? Judicature. Can I just skip it? Judicature. Oh my god. It sounds so weird to say. Thank you, English language. Love you on the daily. It's not like... I have a love-hate relationship with English. No court in the land has more power. Oh, look how beautiful. I don't like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The power that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Secret trial? I'm gonna have fun with this series. No. This is gonna end really badly for me, but I guess it'll be a fun time for you guys. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Ah! Oh! Oh my god! Yes! Perfect. Okay. Oh my god, the judge looks awesome. Of course it had to be him as our first enemy. Oh my god. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He looks glorious. Wow. Holy crap. I feel like this kind of attire fits him so much better than his little fake hairdo that he had before. His name is Ouchie. Oh my god, that's beautiful. But he has like the top knot and everything, so it still is like reminiscent of his original hairstyle. Ouchie! The prosecution is ready for your excellency. Oh my god, look at him. He's so nervous. As is the defense. The stark contrast. Oh, the stark contrast between the two. Holy monkey. He's so nervous. They made the judge look too pretty. What? Hold on. I should also... should shift myself over a little bit. My ears are blocking the subtitles. Okay, that's a little better. They made him look too pretty. Look at his arched eyebrows, the beard. Goodness, he's beautiful. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh, yeah, he is telling me to defend myself. This is interesting. Kazuma, the epitome of cool, and Ryunosuke internally screaming. Sweating and screaming. My god, he even has he has the symbol, the symbol of the usual defense attorney badge on there. That's so nice. That's such a nice detail. Interesting that I have to say I do. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I can't gather, like, my thoughts completely. This is fine. My whole brain is focusing on how sore my body is right now. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Oh, you could do a wait and see. How close is it gonna get to his face? Aw. They really did a good job sculpting his face. Oh my goodness. He has, like, the arch of the eyebrow, and he absolutely... It looks like he's scowling the entire time. Wow. Okay, let's get married. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will... Yes! He definitely plucks his eyebrow. This man has a permanent... Okay, I'm gonna say it. It looks like a butt. Just a little bit. He has a permanent, like few lines between his eyebrows to his nose. Up close, it looks like a butt. Don't say that to him. He's a beautiful man. What's the meaning of this unruly outburst? Unburst? Outburst. I would like to inform the court that he's not a lawyer. Come on. I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Oh, do I finally get to make you sweat? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Oh, he still looks cool. Calm as a cucumber. Cool as a cucumber? Yes. That's the right sentence. Professor Miko Toba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. I'm not qualified for this. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. That's a sentence. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear there to be the reason that you... Oh, he's mad. He's mad. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. I'm sorry, I should have pointed out that that's a sentence there. There's... Uh-oh. I think these are going to be the two characters that have the tension between them. See, now he's mad. Professor Biko Tobo shouldn't have stuck his nose in. I love how that's still very much the same sound effect. Very well, the court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Ouchie! Well, does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Oh. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Are you sure about that? His eyes look like they're darting everywhere. I don't think that he has the capacity. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? San. Hmm? Oh, yes, exactly. Aw, he's so nervous. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Oh, this is almost the same gestures as Phoenix. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Why is he walking around with a sword? Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Oh my god, he's glorious. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. God, my brain's gonna move slow today. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. There we go. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? Oh, this is, yeah, tutorial. He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Amnesia. Oh, I'm so nervous I can't remember that. What was it again? Rudeness. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. Are they childhood friends? You know so much about me. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. There's a stack of papers next to you, silly. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. Oh yes, University collar pin, that's what it is. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. He's 23! You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. So, Kazuma Sogi Yujin Mikotoba, 42. A medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takasuchi, ouch. Oh, he's 50. You know, for him being 51, he has some pretty decent skin. 42 and 51. He honestly looks a little bit older than him, which is a little weird. I don't know what this is. Oh my goodness. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural reformation has brought about. It's the same as before. Takasuchi, ouchie. John H. Wilson, 47. The victim of the case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So, I guess these two were supposed to work together. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. I'm very happy that they're showing on the bottom here behind me, the buttons for it. Yeah, John H. Wilson. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Ooh. Victim John H. Wilson, male, British, time of death November 19th November, shortly after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Cool. That's more detail than before. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people's section of the court record and then press R to present it. John H. Wilson. Yes! Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Uh-huh. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire. Is that president... Oh my god. Ha! Is that president our country's most valuable foreign ally? Oh, what am I doing? And most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Stop. Don't laugh at me. Yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Ooh. Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? No honor. No honor. Oh, but I didn't do it. Ah, he's so pretty. He's so aesthetically pleasing to look at. Oh my goodness. All of the dark tones in this picture too. It complements him so well. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. No wonder you're flustered. You get nervous around pretty people. Stop. All of these guys are pretty. Just look at that face. It's so hard to communicate and talk when you have somebody that is this pretty looking at you the way he does. There's no intention from the other side, but my God, is he gorgeous. It's so difficult. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. Yeah, he's looking at me. I can't. Why is it so difficult? No, he only has eyes for your character. You can't tell me that there's no tension between these two. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities. Is it? Peculiarities? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Oh, he juts out his lower jaw when he's thinking. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. I mean, you could argue that there's like 20 other people in this restaurant. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. So, see you in English class tomorrow then, partner. So did our professor just decide, hey, I'm gonna sit with you? The British Empire, wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Ah, okay. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. Ah, so that's how you got to sitting together. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did the professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Also, how did I gain into my possession the post-mortem report? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Yes!
Post-mortem. Well... Oh, cute, they show the papers! According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to a gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. This is a personal attack on me. Learn to read, you imbecile. It's me. He's just like me. Kazuma is so patient. Everyone else would be like, really? Are you stupid? Look at the court records. I'm gonna love his character. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Can you not turn your head like that? I'm not gonna get used to this. I'm just gonna have to not look at him, but it's so hard when you have decent peripheral vision. Hold on, I gotta take a sip of my drink. I'm gonna have difficulties in more ways. My microphone, I'm so sorry, I knocked it. Whoopsies. That's it. Hold on, let me sit it up a little bit higher. Okay. Does it sound better now? Is it good? Is it good? I thought I had this story. Okay. I've been trying to tighten up these, I guess because the microphone is too heavy. I've been trying to tighten up the side, but they won't go anymore, so it doesn't entirely stay in place, which is a big pain in the butt. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So this is a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Oh my god, so smooth. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Oh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Miko Toba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I could act as your assistant. Oh, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. This subtle gestures are so good. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. That's an interesting sentence, an interesting saying. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. You think I could control my sweat glands? What kind of crazy person are you that you can do that? Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. They're definitely dating. He even wants him to go to the British Empire with him. You tell me that they're not dating. Or maybe one side lady thinks that they're dating. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. He's so cute looking. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Carnival. Oh, are you okay, sir? Oh, great. No, he's not. Do you think it's okay to have a waiter that possibly has tuberculosis? May or may not be coughing up blood on the food? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some Oh my god, he's using the towel that you would use. That's not okay. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. I don't like that you're a waiter with that. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. First testimony! The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Oh my god! It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried, oh my god, out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. He doesn't have quite like the guttural objection as he did originally, but it's still pretty good. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defended Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. Oh. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. This poor man's dying. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No, there was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. Oh, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? You said interject at the inopportune time, so I probably still could. Also, oh, we can save at weird time frames. Does it save automatically? Oh, save game. There you go. Because that one's just the autosave at the top. Hi, baby girl. I didn't see you were here. Do you want out? Let me contact one of the Fae to release you. Oh my god, I can't spell. Or maybe I'm just fat fingering the keyboard. Okay, let's interject. Because he said that there was no one else there. If I get penalized, I can always load the save, but let's see what happens.
Yes!
There she goes. She's free. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. I mean, technically, I've never been a defense lawyer, so, I mean, of course I wouldn't know the proper procedures. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Also, Naga-san, is there any chance you are mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. Or you're a part of it. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Ah, I see. Okay. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. See, why? I feel like this is not something that you would do in a turbulent situation. This feels like a way to cover your butt, sir. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Hastily done on the back of his business card? That seems fishy. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious Why? Why am I like this today? Holy crap. Am I having a stroke? It's doubtful. Conscientious. Goodness. You guys having a good day? Am I smelling toast? I had toasted biscuits earlier. Does that? Oh my god. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Yeah, I know I am. You're not the one smelling toast. Oh, why are you nervous? Why are you nervous? You talked about this piece of evidence here. Oh, well, Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. God, if there was such a thing as masks back then. Cover your mouth properly, not with your own hands, with your arm. So, the court has now heard a precis of this case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Naruhodo, you need to calm down. You need to breathe. You look like you're not breathing. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as a unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. Unsworn witness? So you're saying that you're letting him lie? But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. This is not gonna bode well. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Well, I mean, you already know that you didn't do it. You just gotta remember all the details. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, you've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. See, that's the reason why people get away with things, is due to the fear of you not wanting to fight back. Because they know, more than likely, you're not going to fight back. How can the waiter have said he's alone, but there be sworn witnesses that were also there? Exactly. Why did he bring an unsworn witness in to give the details when he could have said things himself? As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty, or are you going to give up on yourself? See, I like this character. I like him a lot. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Look at that pose! Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Oh my god, that looks so great. Does that imply that there are more people there? Yay. So more, I think there's at least, what, there's at least 3 other people? I think. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned the young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I could be a devil when I want to be. Not sure about that. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. His posing and his movements are so nice. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Yeah, the lamp is gorgeous. Okay. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Oh my god, the grandpa. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Iesa Noza. Reporting for duty, sir. I love the mustache. Oh my god. Sir, your face is so long. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. And conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Korekuta? At your service. Ah. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the table, or at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. Oh, he's gonna be one of those people that gives way too much information, but not the information that you need. Yeah, don't. We'll not speculate and ask questions about the things that went on in this time period in the real world. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. They look like that they could be related with the length of their face alone. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Are we going to listen to both of them at the same time? This is interesting to have two witnesses up on the podium at once. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was attacking the foreigner. Enemy unit? Okay. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over... Was that a baby noise? What was that? Oh my god. Does he have a baby on his back? He has his hand behind there like he's holding up a baby butt. Oh. Infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. Sir, I'm a student. Have you not seen a student uniform before? The man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. It hasn't changed. I'm still sweating. Thank God I'm not sitting down, otherwise it would be a lot of butt sweat at this time. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will say everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. He's most... He brought a baby to court! He brought a baby to the courtroom! Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. My God, he's so shaky. It's so weird having two witnesses. This is the setup that's going to be really odd. Because these two could get like totally different statements. He's being a good dad. I didn't say that. I'm just saying he brought a baby to the courtroom. I didn't say he was a bad father. How dare you? Stop putting words in my mouth. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Oh my God, I'm gonna get really tired very quickly. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. Baby! I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back. From the back? Oh, we already have a discrepancy. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. I see where this is wrong. The cowardly little weasel? How dare you? I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. I don't like that we are going back and forth between two witnesses. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the final moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. So where the heck did you get the knife? Grandpa, I don't think you're allowed to bring a knife into the courtroom. Oh my God. I'm so sad that you... I'm so sad that you can barely see that behind my head. Maybe I'm gonna have to sit myself on the other side. I don't know. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Grandpa! Sir! Put that back in the case! Oh my God! He's gonna stab the baby! What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Like a moron. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Oh, so it was basically, like, probably a decoy gun. And there was a second shot. Or a second gun for the shot. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Bang, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to what or who that criminal was. Oh my God, he's so shaky. And he's bouncing the baby. Oh my goodness. Hi, Grima. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Also, I forgot to say this. Hi, Geller. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. I like how he says yes and has not said objection just yet. I hope he says objection at some point. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I also love that he's putting his hand up like he's in a classroom. The defense demands his right to a cross-examination. This is not so difficult. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? Because he's right across the room, silly. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? See, this situation is so much worse than our slightly modern day Phoenix Ray.
Objection!
There's the objection. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, it's irrelevant. Zuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I didn't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious you have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements? How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Is this still the same case where you can, like the normal setup where you're still pressing for more information? I can see where the discrepancy is, but it would probably be fun to listen to the evidence or to the additional dialogue. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. That's such a gentle slap on the table. All right, then. It's all or nothing. Oh my god, that's so cute. Okay, what the witnesses saw. I'm gonna go ahead and give this a save. Okay. Oh yeah, you still can press. Cool. I hate that it says a regulation beefsteak. Let's go ahead and press and see what happens. Yes. Oh, come on, Ryunosuke. Well, why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention, anything that bothers you. All right then. Put your hand down, silly. This beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Oh my god. Tinshan? Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Hi, Bob! This poor soul. He's got to go through so much stress before he gets the hang of things. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. Oh my god, he's so adorable. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? This is not the time for these kinds of questions. Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Delicious. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Oh my god. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Don't look at me like that. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Ooh, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah cry noise? Negative. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. I got an achievement. Okay. I think I could probably just go for... Anyways, actions with my own eyes. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and save again. We're gonna do our normal saves of being extra cautious saving. Hi, Legend! Okay. I think I can just present the evidence to this one. This one says... Where was it? Where was it that said... Oh yeah, shot from the front. This one.
Yes!
This is gonna be so awkward until a little bit later. Speak, sir. Look at this poor old man. He's cold. He needs to go home. Ouchie. Judge. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. His little look back at his hands, knowing that he's like... he doesn't really want to slap the desk. Oh my goodness. He's such a baby. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us tell us that we don't already know? He had a baby slap on the table. Well, obviously that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Oh, honey, we are one and the same. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Oh, this is so frustrating. You and me both, sir. Oh, please. Surely that doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Look how confident he is. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iyasanoza. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes,
Yes!
sir. Military-grade eyes? But no, that just can't be. Why not, cadet? Because... He's looking for confirmation! Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. I'm just slurring my words. Oh my god. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Baby! Oh! Oh my god, the baby! Oh my god, it's so cute! He just shoves the baby's head back down. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? He doesn't Nosa anything. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. That's a big baby. I'm a baby! Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. Oh my god, look at your baby! So cute! What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesanoza, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh, throw his words right back at him. Baby! I got an achievement. There's been a complete turnabout. A complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. Turnabout. Oh my god, look at him! Oh, cool. I can even do that. Awesome. Could show the history. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Turnabout an ace attorney, the same line of sentences. Oh! Get that baby a tissue. Get that baby a hanky. But I definitely saw him. Oh, the baby! That's why he's crying, because you're leaning forward. Stand back up, sir. He's shaking the baby. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Oh my god, his eyes. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too... He shoved the baby back down. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. On the floor of a restaurant? Treasure? Oh! Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. Oh my god, sir, you can't just smack antiquities on the podium! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was the On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasured. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes, oh my god. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap. God. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. There. And then it happened. So nobody saw the shot. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. I love the close-ups. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Oh my god, he turns away? You sketchy man. So fishy. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but we will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statement, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Baby does exist. The baby has always been here. Are we gonna interview the baby? Are we gonna cross-examine the baby? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Kiriko glass. Baby! Yes, sir, I've won, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. That's such a cute child. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. Ido! It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeants being too strapped to afford a nanny. Tinshin! Your father... Oh my god, the Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. I think you need to blow that baby's nostrils. Oh my god. If you cross-examine a dead person, a radio, and a pair of babies is not weird. That is completely true. But this is a different time frame, though I think that we might have like even weirder cross-examinations at one point, because this is like truly the start of how bad the court system is in Japan. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. That's a lie. Such a lie. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. Are you Yoda? That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Dispatched the Englishman, over and out. Baby.
Yes!
These testimonies. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Oh my god, they're all lying.
Objection!
Why are you all lying? If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. The butler, the waiter, actually, could have taken the food off the table. Is this a photographic print of the crime, or of the scene of the crime council? Ah. There's gonna be something in this. Okay. Indeed, of the table at which... That's not even the table he was sitting at. Why is the... This is still the weird bit. Who flipped him around? For his chair to be facing away from said table, even though the food's right here. That's so odd. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one playset. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Yeah, he was not facing that table. They make it seem like the table behind him was his table. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. I don't understand. What's going on here? We're all in on it. It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. God, you know what? This feels very reminiscent of the French restaurant from the previous game. Wow. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. You still have cross-examination. If what you say is true, there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? You know what? Despite the time frames and how difficult this is going to be as we go forward, the judge is actually pretty reasonable, surprisingly. So far. I bet he's going to betray my expectations. Rules can be so unbending at times. Oh. Okay. This is where we really start pressing, I'm sure. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. From the start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. See, that's just power struggle right there. I don't think so. Consider this defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? Yeah, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. What kind of argument is this? Have what? Tianxin. The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. Yeah, hearsay is having a field day now, isn't it? I think that says it all, don't you? Yes, you can't come to the conclusion if I'm holding the gun and there's a gunshot going off and then there's a dead man. Of course you would come to the conclusion of that. But you didn't see me shoot the man. That's not, it's evidence but not clear evidence. And let us not forget that the antiquities dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakuta-san? You didn't even answer the butthole. Yes, pointing his gun at... Oh, I see. It's just a continuation.
Yes!
Press it! Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've already told you that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. I don't like that the grandpa has a knife. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Equally? I'm being accused of murder. You dropped a coin on the floor. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Over? Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people at the dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Also, let me take a look at the court record real quick. And the death occurred a little after 2 p.m. I would like to see this. See, so for him sitting there, they basically pulled his chair back to a different table. That's so weird. Oh my god, there's a magnifying glass. That's so cool. Yeah, they pulled his table backwards. Or they pulled his chair backwards. Because how he's sitting here is not where he was sitting. They basically put the food at a different table. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. At a clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. Hada Clinic? Oh no. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. It's gotta be like that. It's gotta be like that. It's gonna be even worse. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. It could probably be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? For it to be submitted.
Yes!
Also, they were not eating... Yeah, pork cutlet? Did he say something about pork cutlet? Just saying that he should try it out? It was the witnesses that were eating, like, the beefsteak. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. His reaction every time he smacks on the table. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. You're trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. A medical report card from Hada Clinic. This was found in the victim's pocket. I would like to read it. What we need right now is new clues, which I'm about to get from here. Oh, I can't read it more than that. Okay. Head waiter of the European-style restaurant La Carnival. He was serving there on the day of the incident. An army sergeant of the Empire of Japan who witnessed the incident, and the owner of Rasute, who was hunting for a lost Hoei-era gold Koban coin at the time of the incident. Okay. Also, I know it's been on and off raining today, and I just heard thunder in the distance. If the stream dips or goes out, it's due to the weather. I hope it doesn't, though. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuda-san. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. I love how, since he's been told to keep his head held high, his chin is like all the way up. He's really holding it high. I think the thunder is getting closer. Can you hear it again? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. How am I going to tie this into his chair being pulled back? Oh, probably... because he's sitting here. So of course his table should be here and his meal should be here rather than it being like on the other side of the table like this. So I think I can utilize this piece of evidence, the business card. This is why he was so sweaty and acting fishy when submitting this as evidence. He should not have wrote this down at all. God, I want chicken katsu now. Recently, there was a restaurant I used to frequent before I moved. Well, not really a restaurant, but well, basically. It's not here. And I'm so sad because I haven't really explored to the point where I could find a place that is almost exactly like it. I have a hankering for the food there, and it's not here. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Okay. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. So I'll press this one as well. Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Aw, look at this. Aw, so sketchy. You know, your lies are showing physically. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry. The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. But we can't take we cannot take his account into this. His testimony is not accountable due to the fact that he's an unsworn witness. Thank you, court system. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Expose your lies. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Oh, he's just gonna teach me. Well, you'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones that you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Oh, I can use the arrow keys. Oh, interesting. Oh, this is like in later games. Cool, cool. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles by using WASD. Oh, it's starting to rain really hard out now. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. Cool. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. Ooh. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to learn, to be learned by examining it in more detail. Oh, I'm gonna occasionally forget this mechanic. Oh, that's so cool. I know this is not a new thing to Ace Attorney, because it's in the later games, but I still love it a lot. All right, I'll see what I can do. I need to use arrow keys, WASD, and space to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Medical report card. Dentist. Oh. If he was at the dentist and getting his teeth checked out, he wouldn't be eating the steak that he was. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why, with a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. That is not far from the truth in today's times either. Sound like a model patient. The bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Oh my goodness. Okay, flip that over. This here, Mr. John Wilson, Hada Clinic. It says Hada Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Oh, he has trauma. I'll never forget it, never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Me. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. I got an achievement. Yeah, medical report card required for every visit. So, dentist, that's going to be the big thing about this. Can I open it? I can. Oh, it's so cool. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Yeah, so he wouldn't be eating meat. have been eating something softer. Am I doing a good job? I mean, this is a pretty, like, very detailed tutorial. Extraction of molar. You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a tooth removed. Perhaps they've used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although, it's hard to believe there is anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. It's not that it's necessarily stops you from feeling pain, but you're not awake to feel the pain, is the thing. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. So he wasn't actually eating, he was there for a drink. Or because of probably just prior engagements, because he was sitting with the lady at the table, that he might have just had water while having a meeting with this lady. So it's like information worth bearing in mind. Yes, updated. A record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. Now I don't have to necessarily prove just by the fact that his chair was pulled backwards. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. Oh, I love that they're still doing the vagueness of it. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. The interaction is so cute between you and your assistant. Okay. So... pointing his gun at the foreign man, blah, blah, blah. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirms that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone, he was the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform. So, do I have to do it on this one? So let's press this one again. Maybe we're gonna ask a different question. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Okay, so that's the same. Let's not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. So it probably is this statement that I'm gonna have to use the dental medical record. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. Okay, we'll just have to press it then. Not press it, but present evidence. Yeah. Sorry if I'm adjusting a little bit too much. I did, as you know, I did gardening yesterday, and I went a little overboard as I am removing a lot of weeds and stuff, and old weed barrier and things like that, and I am so sore. Okay. So let's save. Back to that other statement. And then we present evidence. It's good for you. Build your muscles. Well, I'm hoping that it'll be okay tomorrow, because I wanna go out and get some more gardening stuff and do some more gardening tomorrow. But as long as I don't overdo it, I think it usually is okay, but I feel like I did probably a little bit too much. Because my hands are still shaking as I hold anything heavy. Okay. Press, oh, no, not that. Back it up. We now present evidence. He's so cute. Well, I think, oh, whoops. What are you wittering, lad? You call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. I stumble more than occasionally. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. He's so encouraging. He's such a nice person. What the heck? Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Yeah, he's so patient. So patient and caring. I agree with you, Sai. He's such a nice person. Look at this smile. He's such a gentle face. Love him. All right, and thanks for the advice. Yeah, good. Deep breaths. Kurakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? They're in love, Your Honor. Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. We know the day that this boy grows as a lawyer, as a defense attorney, he's gonna start really smacking that table. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But, let's see, if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. He's such a good teacher. Oh my goodness. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is certainly no need to prolong this trial further. I can't wait for him to, like, throw the fan. Also, what the heck? Every time that USB disconnects or makes that noise, it makes me think something horribly is going awry. But I know this happens apparently to a lot of streamers, but I still can't figure out what it is, and it's driving me nuts. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could have possibly... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. I can't wait for you to be fully petrified. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? This is what happens when you don't look at the evidence thoroughly. Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. Ah, what's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Ha ha ha! You're being exposed! Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Kurakuta-san. Oh, what boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Yes! For But that cannot possibly be the case. Look, he smacked the table! He's growing confidence. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Oh, listen to that chasing music. Oh, that's great. Expertly done, partner. Ew. Ew, your ejection is so weak. What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. The chair is turned away, you moron. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? That actually also works as foreshadowing. Hmm? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves the very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? You know who was eating beefsteak. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on the new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself, me, the two witnesses, and as yet unknown third party. I would say the two witnesses because the guy did state that he was eating a beefsteak. The military man. Well, the old man wasn't stating that he was eating anything and was looking for his coin underneath the table. Also talking to the military man about antiquities. You can't necessarily say the two witnesses, but it's probably that. I'm gonna save. Okay. Yeah, what about the woman? That could be... Oh no, that could be true too. But it's still weird that it's like the chair is flipped around. Am I thinking too much about that? And this is actually the table that was supposed to be there? They just literally... Oh, did they literally just rotate the table? It's weird for the seat to be turned around while he's dead. Yeah, that the woman and as yet unknown third party. I could say that. Yeah, because that makes sense. Let's try that. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There's no, or was no such person. There was, because I saw her. With the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yeah, that he did say that there was a lady sitting with him. I just want to pat his head to calm him down. Poor thing is so stressed. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else eating there. Well, the only reason why I think that it's like the seating is a little bit weird is due to the fact that like right here, Right here is just weird. This plan at the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moment following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use the complicated characters to write kitchen, especially if they're not in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Oh my goodness. Oh, what? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. What? Primary Criminal Investigation Imperial Police Bureau. You sir are no waiter. What is this? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it? Do you see it says the witness's name here, Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What the dookie? Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea, but let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somewhere, or wielding it somehow here. Oh my god! A sketch of the restaurant layout is on the back. On the front, it's stated that Hosonaga-san is a police inspector. What the fudge? Oh my god, if I didn't decide to take a look at this, what the heck? Is this upside down? No. Because if it's sitting like this, then that would be like the proper way. Because then they would just move this chair back up here. I'm probably overthinking that. We'll see how this progresses first. Oh my goodness! Oh, this is such a neat... This is such a neat way to add extra depth to this. Oh my god, it's so cool! This is a big upgrade from the trilogy to this. The only logical conclusion that there was somebody else there eating it. Oh. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable and they're lying under oath. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Zuma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you are deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No. Sir, you have a baby and probably a family in general to think about. Are you sure you want this on your record? Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Tactical meeting? I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Ah, so you've been manipulated as witnesses, have you? A conspiracy is unfolding. Now we know why the dude was so hesitant to give the court the diagram. Yes. Why did he even say it in the first place? Stupid. Stupid man. He basically incriminated himself by giving over the business card. What did you just say, Korakuda-san? Oh, he's hiding behind the vase. No. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was say you never saw the gentlewoman? Oh. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
Objection! What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Oh, even you didn't know. Of course you didn't. Is that true, you pair? Because we know the mastermind behind this. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Ooh. Order, counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Oh, he's gone back to slapping. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, oh my god, the baby is pulling on his mustache. Deserved. Pull it out, baby. Pull it out. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. Yeah, pull that mustache out, baby. Make sure that he has only one side of his mustache left over. I can't believe Aoshi had any idea. Wait. I don't believe Aoshi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, we kind of figured that out prematurely. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we confirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. No, maybe this wasn't too early then. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power over here. But how? How can we possibly? Yeah, the waiter that's not a waiter. Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I know who it is. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. But please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency. Oh, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Breathe. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Satoru Hosonaga.
Yes.
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Attention!
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. I would say, do you think that it's a little bit odd? Maybe he's not like a well-known police inspector. Maybe? Possibly? Not to mention the fact that even the head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. If he truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity is proven by this evidence. With the waiter's business card.
Yes.
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's... the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Flip the card over. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. Oh my god, he really is just like me. That's where the telling detail is. The front of the back of the front of the back of the front card. Flip it over, Judge. Just flip the card over. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. Look how much he's sweating. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely good gracious. Kazuma, you need to be here for all of my trials. I know that this boy is gonna gain confidence over time, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna get right back into this kind of like state that he's in. I hope you're my I hope you're my assistant for the rest of my days, but I don't think that's gonna be the case because you're gonna be going to Britain. He's gonna be going overseas. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector. See, Chief Inspector, how does nobody notice that the waiter is not the Chief Inspector? What? Is he wearing a disguise? Also, why is he coughing up blood? Is there a reason why he wanted this man dead because he's dying or something? I don't know. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as the regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, they're in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you had seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Oh? Hold it. Oh, is he coming back in? He is! Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. He's probably gonna cover his butt saying that, I was undercover as a waiter. This means nothing. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at a restaurant as a restaurant waiter? Oh, of course, your salary must be terrible. Oh. Oh, I love that. That's such a good nod. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. I called it that I was going to be working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but will you elaborate on one point of the court? I really love the nod to Gumshoe. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you have also been aware of this person's presence having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Do you have like ketchup packets in your mouth, or are you really coughing up blood? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. No wonder you're not... Oh. No wonder you're not doing things well as a waiter. You're a detective. Wiping blood all over yourself and then possibly in the food of the participants. The customers. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady who I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Ah, so he's even receiving it from higher up, too. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the English woman from the scene at once. Ah. So I am being framed. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Oh my god, the silence. Ah, it's so heavy. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty research laboratory is a young... Oh! Is a young English woman? What? Ooh. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Oh my god. When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett? Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? Oh my god, he's so tall! I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erase all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. And order... the baby. And order these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Oh, very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that the premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Oh, good job, Judge. I know that you're still kind of quick to send a guilty verdict like all other judges in these games, but this is pretty good. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. I mean, I feel like probably the judge has more authority in this case. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Oh, you poor sir. Oh my god. Nothing will get in my way. Maybe he's just coughing blood due to stress. I'm hoping. Stress and not tuberculosis. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Oh, poor ouchie. Poor ouchie. Good, then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. This is getting juicy. To be continued. Oh my god, this is 3 hours in already? Goodness. Save. November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of God damn it. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Judicature. It's gonna be the one word. It's gonna be the one word. The one word in there. Excellent work, Marinosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. think he might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. It's so cute. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up. Oh, wait, actually. I thought that was Wisk's name for a moment. Hi, Daniel. This is the most in-depth first case of the series. Thankfully, it's also really good. As is the whole game, honestly. I'm having a lot of fun with it so far. I really love being able to see all like the small gestures of the characters with the 3D models. And for the fact that it's like... it's just so beautiful to look at. It's so nice. I really love it. And the fact that you can really go into depth with these. It's so good. It's just great. I'm really happy with how far that Ace Attorney has gone to be so detailed in the evidence that you have to find. It's so good. It's frankly amazing how much of an upgrade this is from the original trilogy. Yeah, it's... I am definitely going to be forgetting about a lot of game mechanics, so you guys will probably have to remind me every once in a while to really like scrutinize the evidence, because I think there's a possibility that I'm gonna have to do this a lot in the courtroom and not just when I'm investigating. This is gonna be so much fun. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. He basically put you in a locker. It gets much better still. I'm so excited. We're gonna be playing this again on Saturday, so I think we'll be getting through this case today. And then we'll be going into our first like official case after this. Is what I think it is. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. So they basically just shifted everything around. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an astounding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. But he's still kind of technically my lawyer on paper, probably. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Oh, are you sending me with him? Yes, we don't have to be separated. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. I hope I get to go with you. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it's all come down to you, young man. Don't look at me. I'm a nervous wreck. I can't even speak full English sentences. You think that I have full capacity to be on point at all times? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into a battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. They both have very similar presences. I feel like they would be related, but they're just professor and student. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Your expectations are so high of me. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Are we gonna be bringing in evidence mid-trial here? Like always? Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. I like his music. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. It's always food after our trial. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court Judicature Courtroom 2. I think I said that right. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchie. Have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Yeah, remember Judge Judy, Judicature. See, that doesn't sound right. It sounds like you need to like put the mesh it together. That's probably wrong. When you have one word that may or may not have like two different ways of saying it. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. It's not my fault that somebody who's an English woman decided to murder an Englishman. That's not our fault here. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. Oh my god, the way that he stopped sweating! Holy crap! That's great animation right there. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. I'm waiting for his fan to just like burst into pieces. Like explode as soon as he really hits it on that table. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. No better statement than that. Take those words to heart. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats. Wait. Sorry, my lungs are cranky. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. Yeah, sure. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. He smacked his forehead on the table. Oh my goodness. Ma'am, you are glorious. Oh my god, she's beautiful. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. It's so weird. Once again, it's so odd having two witnesses up here. Is this gonna be the norm for this game? Oh my goodness. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head... yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Oh no, it's gonna be this kind of situation again. Oh my god. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. I think we all know why his description is like just a lady. I don't think we need to give details about what that reason could be. What that reason could be. The next Dahlia Hawthorne? Oh my god, that'd be so funny. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Oh my goodness, look at her! Oh my! Are you serious? Oh, see, this is what's gonna make this difficult, because if this is the case that let's say that she can only speak English, having an interpreter like be the telephone between her and us, he could lie out his butt. Huh. This is gonna be an interesting setup. I also don't like that she's hiding her face. But of course she is. It's gonna make things difficult. Nobody here speaks English. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? Or is she speaking French? No, she's probably just speaking English. Oh my god! Hosonaga is probably gonna lie to us with translations! Oh my goodness. This basically looks like a lady and her butler. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled at UBay University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. Oh god. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Are you sure about that? I hope so. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Of course he has to be, like, extra with the ladies. Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Don't point out my flaws. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Is he gonna be translating for her and she doesn't know Japanese at all? 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Yeah, it is. Okay. Interesting. What I find really funny is that this just looks like the chicken scratch that you see doctors write in prescription notes. Very reminiscent. She says yes. See, that seemed like more words there than before. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Oh my god, that's so funny. This is how we feel. God, for all this text, you better give me a good amount of text back. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. See, that also seems like the lie bit, because she was just removed from the scene due to previous convictions and thought process of, oh, she can't murder an Englishman. That's against the ways. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime. Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Oh my goodness. See, he didn't even translate that. Wait. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Huh. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing right there in this courtroom shocked the victim in cold blood. Of course. Her dress is amazing. I love it. Yeah, he didn't translate that time. Is this... She's also hiding her face from the courtroom. Are we sure that she's actually an English lady other than her attire? Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. But the thing is that things like this can happen and it not actually mean anything. Because there are times where Ace Attorney will have something that seems so blatantly obvious, but it's not actually a part of like the things that you should be noticing. Okay. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Okie dokie. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Finally tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Oh yeah, well he is translating now. Okay. I absolutely adore her outfit. I don't know if it's already happened, but I would love... I need to look up cosplays of this after, because that looks like that would be an amazing cosplay to do. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I love this bit. What the heck? I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Okay. Okay. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. That's... See? You just said that I apparently stole the professor's gun, like you couldn't have done the same? No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. Oh no. It's hidden in her bloomers. Yeah, I mean, with the many layers that a lady wore back then, you could totally hide a gun in your bloomers. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Of course, it really is like Dahlia Hawthorne all over again. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. That just means that you had time to basically come up with a counter argument for all of this. It was decided that Ms. Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. That means absolutely nothing. She could have changed something on her person since then. Why Watch the swan has a flip top and there's a whole gun arsenal on her hat. I would not put it past Ace Attorney to do such a thing. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Are you looking at the same person? You tell me that she doesn't have anything she could be hiding? She has a big bustle on her butt of feathers that could conceal just about anything. She could have a mallet in there for all I'm concerned. Like, pull it out like a cartoon. We do not have the same eyeballs. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. God, we share the same brain cell. Oh my God. Until the precise location where the witnesses have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. Oh, are you emphasizing this for later? Yeah, she could carry a tank in the petticoat. Look at her. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Oh my God, like you're... like a pocket is the only place that you need. I am very much... Ryu is me and I am Ryu. There are the witnesses' own words on the matter. Oh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. That would definitely put you in a different kind of horrible predicament, my good sir. Not in the courtroom. Not anywhere. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. Yeah, no, don't have any impulsive thoughts. You're right about that lady, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, look at that smile. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. This is gonna be some weird cross-examination. I arranged for the meeting. Yes! After 2 p.m., in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? Hello, hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome. You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are on vogue, isn't that right? No. Oh my God, the cursive. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would that they would lunch together. With your professor? Okay. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Bread and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. See, but why were you going to lunch together? He couldn't even eat. Was it just like a If it is a preordained thing, the dental appointment is also preordained. Pre-set up. So what was the point of the lunch? Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? That was because he had just had a tooth removed at the Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. See, this is... I hate this. There's gonna be things left out. Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? You didn't even translate. It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that what, right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. See, that's still the fishy bit. That's still quite fishy to me. Who flipped him over? Who rotated his chair? Who pulled back his chair if that's the case? Who moved the food? Exactly as it was left. See, yeah, that's the lie there. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Oh my god, shut up, Ouchie. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Carbonated water. He is white knighting. Just water. Yeah, carbonated water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Oh, that's also a lie. That feels like a lie. Hold on. I mean, that looks like a lie. Is that sparkling water then? There's only one cup. There's only one cup. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? That's very meaningful. Add that to the statement. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us what is this profound bearing, Oh, come on, Ryunosuke. You can do this. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Look at this smile. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I really love that the tassels behind him just go down like normal when he looks angry. Sir, are those your antennae? Are they attached to your actual head and they change with your mood? I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Don't be mad at me. I'm the one put into the predicament. I ordered a beef steak for myself and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Okay. I'm gonna press that statement.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes, being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. Oh dear. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? I like that statement. I really do. True, come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. Yeah, the bubbles. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Don't break the fourth wall and look at me. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. Oh no, he's looking at okay. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. They really are such a great pair. I wonder if I should even press the other ones for now. There's only like a couple more statements. I'll go ahead and press them anyway, because there might be additional things. We have the discrepancy though. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Then translate, you goober! No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. So she takes, like, the softest of greetings as an argument because she doesn't understand Japanese? I think the tone says everything. Though I will say that some people take, like, German as it. English is the future. We must all speak English. Oh my god. Speak English. Wow. Oh no. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. That's a good statement there, Kazuma. This is sipping on a whole nother level. Oh my god, I agree. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Some people may speak like quickly in Japanese, well, you can really tell with body language and tone of voice. The same as English, unless somebody's speaking German and like really enunciating the German, it's not aggressive. I will say though, that's not like apparent to like all people who speak German, because there's people who speak like gentle German, and then you see some of like the funny bits of people really enunciating like the word butterfly in German. Anyway, it seems that that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, didn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Look at that smile she has going on. You sneaky lady. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Press it. As they say, speech is like 20% of communication or something like that. I would agree, but I think the percentage might be a little bit more. But it is due to a lot of facial expression, and because you can have a word, but it could mean a slightly different tone depending on how the person says it. If it's like long-winded, if their body language has something to do with it being a little bit angry. A lot to do about body language. Because if somebody says something along the lines of like, well, you're cool, That can be taken in a lot of different ways depending on how the person says it. Because the sarcasm can be strong. Can't say and can't hear. Just wanted to swing by, say hi and bye and happy attorney. can't stay and can't hear? No. I know you can't hear, but goodbye, no face. Thank you for popping in anyway. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. Why? The question is, why would you do such a thing? In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. That highly suspicious that will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. He's gonna need a glass of water for how much he's sweating. He's gonna get dehydrated. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. So yes! That's the last one to press, and then we'll go into presenting the evidence in the other one. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. You can't tell me that you verified that she didn't have a gun on her person when back in the day it was so scandalous to even look at a lady's ankle. You think at the time, as you were escorting this lady out of the building, you did a full body check? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." Oh, you absolute butthole. That's nothing. That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was absolutely no need for any further probing into the matter. Yeah, supposedly she doesn't speak Japanese. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. See, it's so weird that he occasionally translates, but doesn't always translate. Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In order, in other words, he wants evidence. Did I have any additional things of evidence? No, not yet. And he said he clearly heard her say, "I'm not." That would be in Japanese. Well, this guy knows. This guy knows English, and he's the one that's translating. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was unhurried to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Sure. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Sorry, I'm gonna take a sip of water. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. See, we had to block this out. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she is an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. But he also carries confidence with him. That changes a lot with the clothing. You may be able to wear the same thing as somebody else, but if you can't wear it with confidence, it's a whole different aesthetic. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. So we already have that. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Okay. And the glass of carbonated water. So... go ahead and save. As per our usual setup. I think it is the picture of the actual... yeah, a bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. Because this is specifically the victim and doesn't really show the table all that much, so we gotta use this one.
Yes!
They toasted when there's only one glass? That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Why didn't you translate? Did you translate when I didn't see? Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Shut up. I have problems. Nervous. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Oh. Hosanaga. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over... Minutiae? Minutiae? Probably. Minute? Minute? Minutiae? Is that just a different way to say minute? Whatever. What possible difference does the preference or absence of a glass make on this case? I think that's just supposed to be minute. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. I mean, you already have done something reckless since the beginning, so what's the difference? But there should have been 2 glasses on the table, or are you going to try to tell me you can only, you can clink with only 1? They clinked with the bottle and the glass. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Aw. See, she didn't get any translations at all. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What are you, a kleptomaniac? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. That's fishy. Good gracious. See, now I'm just confused. You definitely know Japanese. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? I'm really feeling the same hate that I felt for Dahlia Hawthorne in this situation. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. So you're telling me she had a handbag and she put a glass that previously had sparkling water in it, and you're telling me she wasn't possibly carrying a gun in said handbag? You said she had no pockets, sure, but a handbag can conceal a gun easily. Not to mention the massive hat she has on. Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. It does, because of the handbag. You're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Because that has the potential to hide a firearm. The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Britt stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. See, he's letting me roam free. He sees the things that's going on here, but he's letting me make the statements. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. Because also, if we have both guns, we can figure out which one was fired recently due to the gunpowder in the barrel. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. Oh, and you say that you want to have like a thorough investigation. You overlooked the simplest of things. As I thought, in other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. And we can go with hearsay for this due to the fact that you didn't look at her bag and she could have taken it out at any time. Though I think there could still be a possibility that we could find gunpowder in her handbag. Residue. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to you, bungling and... Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. What brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Now he coughs blood. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Absolutely not. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary, supposedly. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. I don't like that he's smiling. This photographic print. As usual, putting evidence in last minute. Oh my god, her bag? Really? Also, what the heck is that? Is that a bull tattoo on his hand? On his wrist there? A bull head? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. She... Gotta hide the glass in my bag that's made of pearls. You can see through to what's inside. It still doesn't mean that she can't hide it on her person. She's probably hiding it in that curled hair of hers. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Also really shows where your money is. I mean, the handbag, obviously, but shows you how much money that's in there. Hazard. The plot thickens. Yeah, that's... I wonder... Oh, I have to wait for it to drop into evidence. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. Why can't you just say that from the beginning? Why does this have to be like a whole spectacle? If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt there. How dare you? Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Of course, they're all in it together. What is that on her back? Is that just a part of her dress? Yeah, it does look strange. I want to take a closer look at it again after it becomes evidence. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Thank you. I would like to take a look. Okay. Yeah, it's a little weird in general, too. Also, you can see that his chair is still flipped around. It's so odd. But to have the chair flipped out this way, too, to show her bag, what's the point? Other than just fabricating the evidence that, oh, she left her bag on there. She was putting the glass in it. So freaking weird. But this bit right here just looks odd. This burn or tattoo of a bullhead on his wrist. Hi, Dio. Okay, wait, what does it say specifically? A photograph taken by Hosonaga-sen after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. Why would you take this photo in the first place? What other reasoning? I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court now has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to be, or to have no further significance, I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. No, no, no. Now, where could that have come from? Oh, hold on. Her art is so cute, too. Okay. Oh. It was one of them hot skillets. Now, why would that be? How'd that happen? If he wasn't eating food. Also, the positioning. Hold on. It's like he reached over. Oh, the plot does thicken. I love looking at evidence so closely like this. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion. Supposedly, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Do you see it, sir? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What, you mean this is it? Oh? Sue. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. I'm gonna snap your fan in half. I'm gonna steal it for myself. It's too hot in this room. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance of now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. I see it. I see it. Very well, I will not proceed immediately to the ruling. Objection! Say it! Say your first objection! It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Hold on a second. Did you already always have that on you? Did he always have those on under his sleeves? Would you gain gloves? Where'd the glove come from? Ryunosuke Naruhodo have oh, he didn't say objection. I'm disappointed. Did he always have that on? I don't know if I was ever paying attention to that. Or maybe he just never showed his hand like that. I don't know. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurist is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. No, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. It's not from the handbag. It's from the victim. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? Oh my god. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. That means... You know what that means? That's a cue to save. Do I make myself clear? See, I have confidence, but sometimes I have confidence and I choose the wrong thing. Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Right there. Right here. I do love that it's not giving you like the indicator next to it. That's nice. Yes! Right there. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. It's also good to save because I haven't saved in a while. I do save for reasons. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. See? You're not getting updated time in your translations there, but you're having a moment of noticing what's going on here. Dear Mia, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with this. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? I do. And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as the prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Also, why are you making that face sigh after I saved? I like saving. I like having the progress of saving. What's she gonna say this time? Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. No! Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. Oh, to the judge threatening the gavel. I would be making that face too. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure, but if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking that I should keep digging and hope that I might uncover something useful. I think... This is a side note here. I think I'm gonna test the lowest latency on Saturday's stream. It does say in parentheses may increase buffering, but I'm gonna see what happens when I try to have the lowest latency for streaming next time. Maybe there might be less of an issue between your guys' chat and my reacting to it. I know it's not like completely like a significant delay from what I've been told between the chat and you guys and me, or the chat and you guys as the chat and me. That's a better structured sentence. I think I might try that next time. Saving is less useful in the later AA games because it pretty much always resumes exactly where you lost at. That is true. Oh no, I mean my video was behind. I was 20 seconds in the past. See, that's the other thing that I hate. Well, maybe we should give it a test to see what happens. If it does increase the buffering and you guys don't have like complete live time, your latency seems okay. Well, it's good to know that the latency is not horrible, but I wonder how much of a difference the lowest latency would be. I might test it next time. Either that or we might test it on a different type of stream. I am right. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prize the shutting door back open again. I'm reading your crochet pattern and the ads on the website made my phone freak out. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to this case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Good, we got confirmation. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. I know where it is. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates that an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. So we can use the crime scene photo that shows the hot plate for the meat. Present.
Yes.
What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? The inconvenience this poor lady, to inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
Yeah, the side of the skillet. You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Right here. Freaking, I hope that, yeah, center.
Yes!
Present. The beefsteak. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Because he didn't eat any food whatsoever, so he would have had to reach over to get that burn. Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah, Hoshanaga! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are one and the same, are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It's most likely happened to at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Oh, Kazuma. Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. As such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken about 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves in a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. Yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Yeah, it's a big ouchie, ouchie. Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Because he was already dead. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at this conclusion, but safe. It's gonna have me do one of those. Oh, you gotta make an extra statement there. I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his hand, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed the burn, was asleep, was already deceased. Already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Yeah, because even if you're asleep, you would still definitely feel that pain. Because well, I mean, he was also under anesthetic, but he was coming out of anesthetic, so there's no way that the anesthetic would have anything to do with that either. The plot's becoming extra thick. That's clearly impossible apart from one in particular situation. Counselor, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Ah, Brett, you understand, do you? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Oh! That's madness. I can't get over the flowing ribbon. The fluttering red ribbon. Please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. So, he died right after the greeting? Is that what it is? No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, did she take the glass due to the fact that it was poisoned? Because if she left the glass behind, the poison would have been found, yes? Possibly? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Oh. If that could be the case. Poison. Your Excellency, she really is Dahlia Hawthorne. The court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Ms. Brett knows something about it. Oh my god, it's Dahlia. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate the twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. I love this. This is great. Oh. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I've been She did know! No wonder he wasn't translating all the time. I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Oh! No one can match up with Dahlia? Yes, she's a Dahlia wannabe. Miss Barrett, Ms. Brett, you speak Japanese? I knew it. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. She is racist. Oh my god, vulgar! How rude. Oh my god. But it seems that men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Ow! Oh! Wow! What a lady! Goodness! Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. Oh, you butt kisser. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously offered us. Wow! Wow! Ouchie, I can't believe you. I see. In that case, Ms. Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. The translation where he wipes the sweat is so good. Or transition. It's such lovely details. The amount of time that they put into these small gestures in the animation, it just makes it that much greater to be able to see this. I really loved how they did the animations and everything in the trilogy, but having them in 3D, I really need to go through like Dual Destinies again at some point. It's just, it adds so much more. It's so beautiful. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. This is so great. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrists like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. But that's because of like the times. They don't usually do poison testing. Also, I absolutely love her music right now. Beautiful. Oh, look at the different gesture here. Look at that smirk. Is there some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace? Please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, did you count on that because of the poison here? He's always been a simp with any higher authority or ladies. It's really in his character. That's the most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Really, Judge? Really? Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh my god, I really don't like you. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. She is the epitome of those high-class ladies, but she's being more obvious about her jabs. Oh my goodness. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. I hate you, Ouchie. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. Have you heard her voice line yet? I don't think so. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. You're inferior. Your language is vulgar and disgusting. Yes, thank you, my lady. Freaking ouchie. Maybe he's basically lives to be abused. Did I just... Hold on. Hold on, I need to look under my desk real quick. I knew that. I knew I did that. I'm gonna have to fix that in a bit. I have like a I have a surge protector that's kind of like wedged underneath my desk. I really need to put like something adhesive underneath there. But the surge protector is wedged and I have all of my stuff plugged into that. I just knocked it out of place, so it's kind of hanging there. I'll fix it in a bit. I absolutely hate this lady. Oh, let me put the desk back down. There you go. That was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. See, he's the only one that's not falling for your femininely wiles because we already know who he's dating. Even if they don't say it out loud. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yeah, lock in, sir. Lock in! Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. It's time to save. It's time to save. Save. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. Press it. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. Ma'am, how can you see behind my podium? My bench here? You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Oh my god! What fun! Oh my goodness, I love her animations. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why did you tell me? Oh my god, her music is so great! Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? She is so awful. Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. He... Do you think he goes to those places where you can be dominated? Do you think he has a dominatrix? Oh my god. Or do you think that's why he has this job, is because he gets ridiculed at most points? Oh my god. Freaking ouchie. Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glass in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Then who, are we saying that she properly picked up the cup and put a full cup in her bag? There's no way. Damn you. That's, thank you for making me think about this. Because there's no way that she put a full glass of water in her bag. There's no way. It would have dripped right out. Look at that. Sitting on its side and everything. Oops. I have As far as I heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death. Cause of death besides the gunshot. Yes. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork, fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. I said man a little bit too quickly there. I was like, can I? Not that. Yeah, and the bullet did not pass through the body. No exit wound. Is that gonna be significant? Is there more info about Brett? Let me take a look. A British exchange student who was sitting under the victim at Yume University's medical school. Ah, I think I see here. So she was sitting under him at the medical school, and if we remember correctly, that these two worked together. A medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine. And Kazuma's mentor. The victim of this case, he was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. She could have gotten poison from the facility, the faculty place. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yeah, from such a close range and no exit wound, as it says. Which is kind of odd for you to shoot that close and not have an exit wound. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it would have been able to make a... It wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. If there is some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Because we know that he said that he doesn't know whether or not he drank the the drink. She said, damn you, so that might be the one that we need to scrutinize over. Depending on the caliber and where it struck, it's quite possible for a closer range to not have an exit wound, especially if it hit bone. That makes sense. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined, the police, the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Ah, sure. Sure. There would be physical traces with all of those causes of death, that's true, but maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takasuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. Aspirations? Aspirations. Aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Can I use the profile then? Which profile? But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Are you gloating? She be gloating.
Yes.
Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police... The police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it, isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. What is that? Oh, I have a thought process. What if he came into contact with the poison? That's the reason why he's coughing the way he's coughing. Oh. Ooh. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Haha, killer blow. The lady is formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about Miss Brett, or what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Yeah, he's definitely coughing for that reason. Ooh. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Yeah, I read that correctly. Oh, what, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga, the detective. Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. All right, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. All right, then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Ms. Brett on her last statement again. Oh my god, I keep I keep smacking the surge protector. I hope I don't knock any cords out. Okay, the last statement. See, look at that. Ah, the movement is so smooth. Press.
Yes.
Inferior, what do you mean by that? So if we get a statement that we're pressing, if we see that bubble, are we able to go talk to the other person? Is that what this is? Well, Carnival is open for business as usual today. It's actually... Oh my god.
Wait.
Oh yeah, exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? Ah. Oh, that's such a neat feature. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh my god, that's so cool! But by moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. This is why they have two people in the statement stand. That's so cool! While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. So as soon as you see the exclamation mark, ooh! If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Oh, so you really have to pay attention to the other people. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. And pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
How do I... Oh, it's not moving. Oh, there it goes. Oh, that's so cool. And then it shows her thing right there to show that she's speaking. That's so neat.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Oh, what's the meaning of this? Oh, that's so neat. I love this feature. He's like, you see that floating bubble right next to his head there, Ryunosuke? We're all hallucinating. It's fine. I mean, you gotta be a little bit crazy to be a defense attorney and ace attorney. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? So, seriously, such a great transition. It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at this moment. I see, Turtle. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah, you know, nobody dismissed him. Yeah, it's not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in this case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? See, I told you the game just gets better and it keeps going. It really does. I'm having so much fun. Oh, I can't wait to apply all of this actual like first proper case after this tutorial one. And this has been going for such a long time. We're at 4.5 hours, getting close to 5. And we're still not done with the tutorial case. This is so great. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. Ah, are you hiding behind your mask? The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. Did you also? Did you investigate the body? What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. You have the glass? I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I done. Don't worry. The people in the future that also work at the police bureau will also steal evidence. But I mean, we kind of do as well in a way when we investigate on our own. You waited so long to play this, told you it was the best game. But the thing is, I wanted to finish the trilogy first before I moved on. I can't do them both simultaneously. I need to focus on one. Which means he stole the poison. He stole the poison evidence. That's why he's reacting the way that he is. I thought he just had tuberculosis, but no, he is currently poisoned. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. The bottle. Take this, for example. Aha! Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. Yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's something left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Yeah, he definitely came in contact with the poison. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass of bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder, it was on the victim's table. Oh, yeah. Wait. Let me go in. Okay, the label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It's supposed to be very expensive water. Yeah, carbonated water? Yeah. Yeah, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You goober. You could just say you don't know. It's so funny. Can I pour it out? French. Didn't Hosonaga say that he's been coughing up blood for a long time now, so it doesn't bother him anymore? I mean, he could have been doing it for the past 3 days. I don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I'm oh. I know I said to hydrate, but not with evidence. I'll just have a little sip of this to keep you going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Oh, that's foreshadowing. You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. Just call him an idiot. That's what he is. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out, an interesting possibility. Why are you both smart and dumb at the same time? Why are you like this? Is there anything else I can look at? It hasn't updated anything. Can I? Okay, so it's just gonna say the same thing. Frickin' trying to drink the evidence. Frickin' possible poison. You goober. Oh my god. Okay. Carbonated water. Beep, 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 beep. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. I wonder. Okay, there's no lipstick on the glasses. Or at least on that glass. And that doesn't show there either. Okay. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. How can you see behind the mask? Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Unfortunately, I have no idea when that poor man burned his wrist like that. So, is it the last? Okay, if there was some other way a man's life could be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Can I do that with a bottle without the updated information? It just says the carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Because it didn't update the information. Maybe it's just... I'm gonna try. Let's see if this is the right one. What is this? The bottle of water? Oh, okay. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. So in this case, the information on the item is not necessarily updating. It's just giving an idea. Like, prompting the idea. Okay. This is going to be another thing that we're going to have to make sure that we're doing okay with. Is keeping up with that kind of information. So we are going to have to properly do a lot of extra examining of items to be able to progress. Oh, excuse me. To be able to progress through these. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? The height difference between the two of them. On that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There was only one person who could have possibly done it. Baby girl! Hello, love! Hey, baby! Baby, we're detectiving. We're ace attorney. Emily has been let back into the room. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
Objection! This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you ever considered the delicate situation of our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? That means absolutely nothing to me. We have a poisoning here. Murder. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine our individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? See, you can't. Yeah, you can be like wanting to get in here and then meow at the door like you want out. No, you can't. You can't. No, come here. Come here. Here, I will lift my desk for you. Come up onto the bed. Come on. Up, up. Here. Up, up. What? I can't leave yet. I'm not done with the stream yet. I can't leave the room. You're so silly. Come up onto the bed. I will give you love and attention if you come up here. She literally went to the door and meowed like she was being held hostage. Come here. You goober. You get to stay in here for a little bit unless somebody lets you back out because they hear your wails of deception. The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Huh. If I may, I will silence you forever for this. Oh, she just. Oh my God! Her objection is shut up. Shut up. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear yeah, he's definitely. You definitely go to very specific places, don't you, Ouchie? Why? Come here. Baby girl. She's meowing at the door. Where did that come from? She just snapped. Shut up. So pompous. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? They let her back out. I describe your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. Not really. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, whether it contained poison or not. No, you didn't, did you? Don't say yes. Oh, I see what you're doing here. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding... Did you take like a sippy sip of the bottle? Sir, you're showing signs of poisoning right now. I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country. In this country! Did you forget that they came from England? You're not reliable. You only utilize what's in the known system of Japan. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What, are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by our chief coroner himself. I'm liking the stew you're brewing. Oh my God. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. Freaking backhanded comments. But of course, of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I hate you. You need to stop talking. I need her shut up as I need her shut up as like a sound that I could put on my Go XLR. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is this gun. Can I take a look at the gun, please? Why was this not put into court evidence from the beginning? I would like to see whether or not that gun was actually shot. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Yeah, well, can I see the gun? Can I examine if it has gunpowder on it at all? The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? I'm gonna give this a save. We're so close to the end. I can feel it. Feel it in my bones. Kazuma? Oh my god, look. They really didn't have to make him so pretty. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke, I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Oh, yes! Yeah. I remembered this bit here. Hold it, we have new evidence! Please wait. Why did it take you so long? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, who is his daughter, a judicial assistance to the defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Here's our big piece of evidence. Oh my god, really? Is it still going? We're just about 5 hours now. Before we continue, I'm gonna take a brief bathroom break. I should have done this like an hour ago. I'm gonna save. It's still going. Okay. They did go all out with this. I agree. 1:14 p.m. So I'm gonna leave it right here. I'm gonna go take a brief bathroom break. Go grab a snack, go stretch your legs, go to the bathroom yourself. Give me a few minutes and I'll be right back. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna open this bag real quick. I have grabbed myself a snack. I have some roasted chestnuts. Mmm. Probably not the best snack to have on stream, but okay. Onwards. We are near the end. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. How dare you? Insert Law and Order sound effect. The rule states that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. Ouchie. Goodness. Ouchie, you should be happy with this. You're getting slightly abused. I am most grateful. Friends. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it, a report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. Oh. The English woman? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Mrs. Brett was sitting under the professor, wasn't she? I feel like this should have been established earlier, even though we all know already. So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of cure and its effects on the human subjects? Oh, no. I know that, like, for a fact, the reason why medicine and medical technology are the way it is, like, in today's age is due to things like this, but oh my god. Cure. Is it cure? Cure? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Did it get added to the... Not yet. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note in just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Curare? Curare? Maybe? Maybe. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yume University. Oh! Oh, that's really decisive, isn't it? Goodbye then, and good luck. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Oh. Can you imagine the feeling of losing all physical means of being able to move and then you just die? That's terrifying. I'll be heading to bed now, but still listening. Good luck, Peach. Petch. Sleep well, Sai. I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow. Sleep well. Have good dreams. Route of entry. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Practical applications. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Holy crap. Listen to it is Curare. Oh, Curare? Curare? Oh my goodness. Curare. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Full body paralyzing. Poison. Ooh. Ew. Okay. You've had long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. She knows. I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Oh, the confidence in that slap. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. You wouldn't mind, perhaps, you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I love this judge. This judge definitely has more of an authoritative kind of stance about him. I like it. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. What do you mean it makes no sense? You do that in English as well. Goodness. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? A nice thing about very, very funky poisoning. Yes. Miss Giselle Brett. We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What a complete and utter nonsense. A curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? Yeah, I did say I did say it right. Thank goodness. I mean, that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. I do like that we had the speculations of that he came in contact with poison, but in this case, even if it's like the most minute smidge of poison that renders your body useless and kills you almost instantaneously, this man definitely just has tuberculosis. Or something along the lines of. And no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Rari. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order in the court. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Oh.
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspirations are utterly trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. Did we not just say instantaneous death? It has paralysis effects. That's true. What do you have to say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. Yeah, because he was paralyzed. He couldn't even scream. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effect could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's awful. That's a really awful way to die. That is along the lines of somebody drowning, but they can't swim to the surface to breathe. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. We finally finished! We're almost there! A little over 5 hours! You're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may, all these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... I love it. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? I don't think you're much better. If you're going off of this kind of like idea, you're much worse. Much worse. What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Is this the definition of gaslighting? Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. What do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. There's no rules here about poison. Oh, she's giggling. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Don't tell me she's gonna drink this and I'm gonna have to go for another hour talking, trying to lead up to the fact that she took the glass. Well, yes, I don't see, why not? You're breaking the rules. Not like they don't break the rules all the time already. You're saying the poison is still there after 3 days? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical? Farcical? Comedy? Yeah, this is all more unique animations too. Your little politics game and these foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. Fiscal? Fiscal, maybe? Oh, that's probably not the right word. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Of course she would know about, like, what to do in this situation. She's the one that's researching the poison. Really, such beautiful animation. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. We can now we can utilize the photo again to talk about the glass that was taken away. Yeah, the poison was just in the glass. You could totally prove that. Because, yeah, why would she take the glass and leave the bottle? Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're trying to say? She giggled. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, it's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. I thought we were close to the end. Of course, there's more. I would like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? The question we should be asking is not if the poison was actually in the bottle, but assuming it is in the bottle, why wasn't she affected by it? Sorry, now I'll go to bed. Sigh with trying to rack our brains with some trivia here. Well, I suppose, if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? Isn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Did she... She did something else here. Let's say... Because if she's researching the poison, there could be a possibility that she already knows how to neutralize it, or it's already neutralized. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as the inflicted blowpipe. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. What if she already found that bit? Yeah, shelf life. Shelf life of poison. I don't know if that's the case. Think about it. Enters through a wound. She drank it. Sai, go to sleep. You have work tomorrow. Yes, it does say enters through a wound. So if you technically... That's kind of oddly specific, but this is Ace Attorney. It's so oddly specific. So how is it that it enters through a wound but won't take effect if you drink it as it enters through your body? Does it have to be like direct contact with blood maybe? So if Wilson drank it and was affected, but she drank it and was affected, how? God, I don't know. Oh, is it because... Oh... Because he would be coughing up blood. Because he already has wounds in his person, basically, because he's coughing up blood. And she's not coughing up blood, so it would cause effect on him, but not cause effect on her. Do I have wrinkles yet? Have I gained some? No. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna say contains poison, and then it'll probably reveal all to me. I'm not going to bed until you get this. Okay, I'm gonna say... Reread the evidence. You butt. I know, it says wounds! Enters through wounds specifically. You already said it. Carbonated water. Yeah. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungle of South America. This hunter of the region, instant paralysis of the entire body, subsequent death, even in minute doses. So how did Wilson drink the poison and was affected? The carbonation of the bubbles? Maybe it wasn't carbonated water? Or was it actually carbonated water? Don't face desk me. I'm gonna say, you may have moments where you're saying that, oh God, she doesn't know that there's a stupid disconnect here. You played the game, but you've watched this game before. You know what's going on. Of course it's gonna feel like more of a face plant moment that you're smacking your face in shame. I'm gonna smack you. I'll smack your face for you. You haven't watched it in years? That's a lie. Okay, let's see. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. So if we're just going off of this specifically, you're telling me that it has to be through a wound. But the thing is, I don't find the correlation between the two other than the burn wound that he had on his hand. But at that point, he was already paralytic. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna say it again. You're already alluding to the poisons in the bottle. There's another piece of evidence I'm overlooking. What other piece of evidence? What, are you talking about his bullet wound? But that's also not the case. Hold on. What, about his bullet wound then? Huh. So would it have been that the poison was on the bullet that went into the bullet wound and he kind of keeled over and, well, no. No. See, also, you say that you may have watched it years ago, but you still remember. Wasn't the shot fire after he was already dead? Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I said no. That's why I said no, but... No, fork and knife. Oh. Yeah, okay. It's because of the dental extraction. The wound in his mouth because he had a gaping wound in his gums because of the tooth extraction. I'm definitely gonna... There's so much information. How long have I been playing this game? And it was how many hours ago that I learned of the tooth and dental extraction? How many hours? Expect me to remember everything. Hold on, I took a bite of chestnut. Hold on. I'm gonna take your kneecaps. Okay. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could have contained poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. Shut up now. I'm going to bed, you butthole. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that that complication can be explained. See, look how much he might be panicking, but he is focusing really hard. I'm closing the chat and going to sleep. I better not see another peep out of you then. I need to think through all of the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court records somewhere. It has to be. The tooth extraction. We start off with the wound and then do the tooth extraction, or the tooth extraction then the wound? We'll see. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed. I think we first need to establish that it's through a wound specifically. So we'll go with the research first. Present this and then go for the tooth extraction. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. Where did his eyes go? Not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. This report is utter garbage. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susata's notes. I can concur. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Okay, that works. Which section of the report? Oh! I'm so glad that I can look at the... I'm so glad that I can look at this to double check. Special characteristics. Yeah, through a wound. So special characteristics. Because in previous games, if they had something like this, you couldn't double check all the time to make sure that you had the right piece of evidence. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. It's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were using were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean that there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an opened wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever. See, this is where we get the more information here. She is feeling the heat. Ms. Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion. She has an actual swan on her what? That's a small swan. You're even a better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really, me? A lawyer? Yeah, don't worry. We'll get to the other details too. All of this talk, this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it's possibly... Shut up! So the ill-bred little puppy has now a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. Yeah, her mask is more angular too, I love it. I love that she has a full-on actual, like, swan on her... on her hat. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Oh, it fixed itself. Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Oh, don't worry. I got the information for that. Don't worry. A full-fledged Persona character. She'd be a great Persona design. Did you see that there's talks about a Persona 4 remake? I'm excited. If it's true, I'm excited. As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. So, I don't know if it's true because it's not like an official statement or anything, but people found something that leads to the speculation that there's going to be a remake for Persona 4. Gastric suckers? Oh, what are they? We have like octopus suckers in our stomach apparently. Not really, it's the mucous membrane in the gastric juices. So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Yeah, but man had a tooth extraction. A tooth missing. That's right. Oh, good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Don't worry, I got your evidence right. Evidence? I got your evidence right here. God, makes it sound like I'm not educated at all. Oh. I got your evidence. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, the curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Nah. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. She does look like a Persona villain. What is this welling up inside me? Is this your first objection? Is this baby's first objection? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Yeah! Baby's first objection! Oh my god, her mask. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. Oh my god, her mask, look at that. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we know now that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? It's due to his medical report card.
Take that!
Missing a tooth. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? Oh. The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the poison drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extraction, for example, or had gingivitis. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Oh, she giggles. She giggle. Is she gonna full on turn into a black swan after this? Is she gonna change color into a true villain? Laughing. I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh! 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 Eh? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. Oh my god, is she basically just gonna break it? It's not like we have means to double check this at the moment. I mean, it could just slip. Do you think this is gonna help you? Do you think that we've already established everything? Do you think this helps you in the long run? Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid such crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No. See, this... I don't know why... We've already established this. She's showing... a blunder? What do you... stress levels is rising. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was gifted from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to cover it, or to recover it. I don't understand what this changes. We have established everything, established motive in all of this, and she thinks just breaking the bottle is good. It's not like we're gonna test it anyway. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You... And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? What other... Oh my... She just whipped out the can't prove it anymore card. Wait, what did he say? Hold on. I clicked too quickly. Let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Okay. Of course, you're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. Is this when we use more of the sitting Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, I could probably use that.
Objection!
No, you killed the victims that day using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the professor around, turn the dead professor and his chair around. See, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. Oh, what a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly, and as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remained unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What is this? This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, so if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. What? Oh, that's kind of true. In my head. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Oh? Every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Also just... Oh. There's blood on the... Also, can you see there that... Like, the picture here... Compared to... Oh no, it's probably just like a little bit too far back. It doesn't look like the meat is eaten right here. Every color. Blood. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I like how he says, there's nothing! Of course we have to say there's a clue. That's the only way, really. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Do I have to... See, we're not gonna see it there. Okay, let's see how this unfolds. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Yeah! Alright, I can't wait. It's been, I'm not gonna say that word. Take it out of context, it's kind of... Well, that something feels amiss in my memory of that day. I will butcher that word and it'll be bad for me, I'm not saying it. I don't want to accidentally butcher that word, because you know me, I will butcher a word. Whatever it could be, the key to arriving at the truth above all this. Yeah, it's one of those more, it's a proper part of a vocabulary and a proper sentence, but I don't like how close it is to a different word. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. Wait, are we just gonna talk about the blood specifically? Or the fact that the fork? No, it's usually the initial picture here. Huh. I do like that you can still save at this moment in time. Usually they're like, no, you can't save. You gotta make a final decision. Can we utilize the blood or is it the fork? It's probably just the blood.
Take that!
Wee! Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He probably did he cough blood on the plate? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Wait a minute, where are you going with the... Oh. Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. There you go, troubling. That's another good one. It's been running around in my brain. Is another good sentence. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. It's somebody else's plate. This is a different table. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yeah, because there's also no exit wound. No exit wound. Yes. For the blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite to the professor as you were. Giselle Britt. I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court really seriously expected to believe something the accused apparently just remembered seeing? I don't know, you guys use this as evidence like who knows how many cases beforehand?
Hold it!
You guys take hearsay very seriously. Ah, look at that. This. Oh, she's patting herself with a handkerchief. That's a beautiful handkerchief. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. You better move away from her with that piece of evidence, sir. You did what? You didn't think that he just pilfered one thing, did you? I took the steak that you've been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. They're probably moldy by now. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Oh. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Oh, I didn't think this was going to go this way. Oh, thank God they removed her from the podium. Sorry for the delay. This is what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Please tell me there's blood on it. Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court. God, is there blood? Please. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. Please. I don't see blood on here. Come on. I'm so stressed right now. Oh my God. I thought I was going to finish this like an hour ago. We're in 6-hour territory. No, but that's impossible. He said there's 2 plates. You show me the other plate. Show me the other plate. Also, look at those teeth marks right there. Why is there teeth marks in here? Why does it look like somebody took a big honking chunk out of that? I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. That's a different plate. That's totally a different plate. That has more meat than the other one. I feel like that has more meat than the other one. What the heck is going on here? Don't you giggle in front of me. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Friggin' bird. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Oh my God, I really don't like this lady. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. Oh my God. You butt kisser, as usual. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. God, how many times do we have to go through this? The blood pressure. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch, it was removed from the victim's table after the incident. Okay. Let me take a lookie. Let me take a look-see. Let me take a look at this probably moldy plate of... I really feel like this is not the plate that was supposed to be here. Yeah, who? Oh, this is not her plate. You expect a little dainty lady to take a big hunk of meat out of that there? This is not her plate. This is the plate. This is the military guy's plate because he stole the coin. What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks like it's in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Hi, Webs! This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion and boolia. I love that. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means this is not her plates. The emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this symbol of La Carnival is it? Okay. I think that's the last thing. There's nothing else to really look at. Holy monkey! Oh, no, I can look closer at the coin. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you gonna suck the juices off the coin? That's weird. What are you thinking of, eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I don't think I've seen you this late. How's Ace going? It's going good, but I didn't think I was gonna take 6 hours with a tutorial case. Oh my goodness. We're almost at the end now, though. I think. I'm hoping. Please. A Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. Okay. I can back out of this now. This is not her plate. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? See, he stole both plates, so why is he showing me the wrong plate, stupid? This is it now. I've lost. For you, Nosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Hmm? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Yeah. Believe in myself, really? Yeah, don't worry. Your hunch was correct. This is not her plate, though. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further explanation of evidence or examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? I do. Yeah, the first case is always considered to be like a tutorial case in every Ace Attorney game. That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yes, there is another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. Yeah, there's no logical explanation to me. Why would someone put an old, expensive coin under their food? Ha 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 ha. Not unless somebody was trying to steal the antique coin from an antique dealer. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Beefsteak is good. Don't... Shut up. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you're alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is the new clue to be found? Right underneath a piece of meat. Lift it!
Got it!
No, Counsel, I am afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. When you're asked to identify a detail... What the I gotta lift the meat first! Excuse me! The one time I don't save beforehand, and I get a strike. Do I have to... How do I lift it up? That was the only other bit. Do I have to do specific bits, like right here? It's not that. Oh my god. Do I have to do a very specific part of the meat? Because it's not going to show me the coin right away. Like, flip it over, flip the meat off the plate. There. Aha, there it goes. This is stupid. I touched... You should just be able to, like, point at the meat and lift it up. God. Maybe I have to... I had to turn it the way I did. What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No. I mean, what? Okay. That's the same... Wait, did you say Hoei Koban? Can I now point at the coin? This is the same information that I got before. Bullion and the bullion. Bullion and the bullion. Bullion. I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this cut of meat. Okay. It's because I'm touching it the wrong... I get it. Okay, hold on. Is it because I presented instead of pressing... It's because I did it the other way around. I see what I did wrong. Okay, I got it. Present the coin. It's because I tried to present the meat and not the coin itself. My bad. So many ways that you could accidentally mess something up. A Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, isn't it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? That was so clear. What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant, a coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to the Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Can we just say outright that it's not her plate? We have to go through this entire, like, spiel of dialogue. Your Excellency, yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. You don't even have a job as a lawyer. You can't wager that.
Attention!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. But perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Enough. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we know the owner of this coin if we can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious there's only one person it could belong to. Beep, 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 beep. Give this a good old save. I already have one accidental strike. That was my own fault because I pressed the wrong button. The Kobe coin. The owner of the Koban coin that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Boop.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute Curio Korikuta-san. Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Cucumber. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. You think, yeah, do you think that your name is any better? The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please, why would Korikuta-sen's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Victim? It's not even the victim's! Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. But we already established that one was trying to steal the coin before. God. Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Oh my god, this is so lengthy. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find the key it's a key element in the case. Oh my god, we could just say it's not her plate. Why do we have to bring them in specifically? Oh my god. That's a very long bench. The heck? What's all this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? Oh my god, he's gonna get spit all over the inspector. When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Or are you saying the baby took the bite out of the meat? Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. And nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Oh my god, free me from this torture. Be that as it may, Korikuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. Yeah, we now have 4 people on the stand. Never did I think to see this. The dagger! The dagger! Oh no! This, the resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bows managed to misplace that fateful day. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ouchie. It can't be. As I thought. Oh my god, is he okay? Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, you see that guy's already looking to the side, but he's also probably in agony. I'm not sure if this was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Oh. Who would do such a thing in such an conscious. I can't speak. We're moving on. We already know who it is. Trying to steal. Oh, the baby. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. Do you suddenly have authority to tell us this information now when you couldn't earlier? Look, Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Ah, look at him, he's sweating. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover. Undercover. Yes, I took the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. The criminal looks like he's standing right next to you. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuda-sen's Koban is all too clear. What? What? Yes. I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuda-sen's Koban and hid it underneath the steak? Well, it was none other than Yasanoza. Yasanoza. I absolutely adore his name.
Take that!
Yes and no. Obviously, it could only be you. Sergeant Yasanoza. What, how? How dare you, you monster. You monster. I stole that Koban. Did I? I'm the bastard thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido's the mastermind, but you're talking about a baby. Are you telling me that this is not a baby? And this is like one of those boss baby characters where it's literally a grown man in a baby's body? Tell me no. Tell me no! How dare you accuse the baby? Every baby is a kleptomaniac. What? Don't blame the baby, blame the parent. You gotta keep an eye on your baby's hands and what they're touching. You would push the blame of your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. No. You. Oh. Clippity clop? Oh my god, are you about to be ratatouille'd? Eh? Excuse me? Look at that mustache. Oh my god. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanoza, preparing to stand down at the Supreme Court, sir. the heck? Do you share the mind with the baby? What the heck? Yeah, shove that baby down. Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages at the Nippon Imperial Army pays, though it expects to keep our country safe? Everybody's getting undercut. I understand that temporary increase in taxation owing to the recent ended conflicts remains in place, but I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, which... Oh my god, yes. I was right. That is quite the big chomp right there. There's no way that's made by a knife and fork. That's a total chomping of the steak. I'm so glad I noticed that. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. I knew that steak was mostly untouched. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Which means, after this entire sentence, or like spiel going on, this is whose plate? Whose plate of meat? Don't tell me I have to say it out loud again. Seriously? This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Did we not just establish something here? Put your pea brain together. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, your excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Yeah, it is, because it's not her plate. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Why do we have to go through this another sweating period? I'm sweating here in an 84-degree room that I would like to cool down after I stop streaming. Ah! And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yeah, because it's not her plate. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. I hate this. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Objection! Objection! We did this for a reason! Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. I can't quite work out what something she said jarred with. Oh, God. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. So, do I have to go through a testimony again? Please say no. Come on. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. Come on. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? Shut Shut up, ouchie. What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yep. Thank God I don't have to do another testimony. Yes, I'm right. What she said there is exposed an undeniable contradiction. I feel like everything else we said was already a contradiction, but now we have to take these specific words that it's not her plate. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? The meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch, it was removed from the victim's table after, so we can... I'm gonna save again. Oh my god, this has been going on for too long! This place is full of pea brains, and I'm one of them!
Take that!
There we are. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh, why couldn't we establish this like 20 minutes ago? It looks like Ms. Brett has realized something. This is not her plate. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. I'll listen to that chasing music. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett. Haha. Oh, is she hiding something underneath the handkerchief? That's scary. Whatever you say, dear lady. That's like too far up for her hand to be there. I'm scared. Do you have a gun underneath there, maybe? As I said, I must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will be all over at the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything too. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Oh, of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Just say it out loud. Come on, stop beating around the bush. Do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw is, somehow seemed to have disappeared. That is not your plate. Yeah. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. Well, what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Use your brain! Everything, Your Excellency. Everything. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Oh my god, get to the point. Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats? How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Say it. Just say it. But just because it hasn't been shown yet, it doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you're saying that there's evidence yet to be brought forward? This can't be. I don't believe you have it. Yeah, our inspector has it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it, someone in this very courtroom. Can't believe that this is so far beating around the bush that the bush has died and spread saplings around. This is taking so long. We'll solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling that this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth behind this whole affair? Satoru Hosonaga, who said he grabbed both plates at the time.
Take that!
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Please finish this. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? No, you said it before. You just haven't brought it out. That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoyed chopping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us that he slipped underneath the steak. Underneath the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer, which I am not a part of your military service. Sergeant Nosa, can you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Of course. Hinshin. Or tension? Is that what that's supposed to be? Tension. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind to be manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. We're so close. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Oh, you're just posing empty threats here. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly, surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You did switch the plates? Oh my god. Well, after it happened, really? When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. And then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. Sir, you put the steak next to the body? You think that's not going to be investigated? Well, I mean, kind of didn't, but you get it. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Yeah, get back there, baby. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one of the foreign ladies' table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. See, this podium is not as big as it says it is right here. However, fear not, Prosecutor Sam. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. Oh, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. Yes. Show me the other plate. So, if Sergeant Dosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Aha! Oh, she's twitching. That's correct. But then, please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Please tell me this is the end. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see this plate was to confirm something that the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Listen to that triumphant music. On the side of the plate, there was, that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it, the plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Please let this be the end. Let us not prolong this any further, Inspector. You will show the evidence to court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Please. Please. Yes, sir. Oh my god. We're at 6.5 hours. Look at the blood. Sorry for keeping you. Yeah, that looks like a normal chopped up steak with a knife. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. Look at the blood. I knew that steak looked different from the other one. Oh my goodness. It's clearly visible. Yes. Look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Oh, yeah, please let this be over. Let this be over. That's right, Ms. Giselle Brett. It was you. What's gonna be the disheveled look? Oh my god, the swan died. Are you gonna have a heart attack here? Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? Oh my gosh, she's so racist. Oh. Oh my god. Is it gonna take off her hat? Yes. Take it off. Oh my god, the chick! Oh my god! Oh my gosh, she's screaming! Oh dear! Oh my god, the chicks are so cute! Oh my god. Excuse me. Someone Oh my god, oh the babies! Those are not ducks though. What the heck? Those are chicken. That's chicks. What the heck? Did she ascend to heaven? What the? I'm so confused. Why is it chicks when it's a swan? What? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. What are you gonna say now? Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett. Where'd the chicks go? I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Do I have to do another cross-examination? Please say no. Gladly, Your Excellency. This is not a cross-examination, is it? Please. Please, this has been going on for too long. We're almost at 7 hours. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. No, this is probably just her. This is just the end. Okay, please. Please let this be the end. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. Now she broke already. I'm pretty sure it's done. God, I hope so. No, it's okay. You can use caps occasionally. If you're spamming caps, that's different. You're completely fine. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one sip of his water and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. Then leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. You never intentionally put caps if I don't mean to. Some people will abuse the caps to try to get to like get attention, because yes, the big letters are more like catch or eye catching. So as long as you're not abusing the caps, you're all good. We're all fine. Just no spamming. You are perfectly good. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. You know, you gotta hand it to her that she did quite a bit. For an unplanned, spontaneous thing, it's quite well done. I plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. There you go! Under the skirt in the bloomers. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor, placed where you were sure that I would notice it. Everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. I noticed that from the beginning, but it's so funny that it's only until like the exact end of this that we like get confirmation that it actually happened. Because of course you need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. We're at the end. Just give me not guilty, please. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? Nah. I don't think that's a good thing. I shall call on you. What? Thank you. Good day then, everyone. What? I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. What's happening? Is she not getting arrested? What? Well, at least I'm not guilty. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takasuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. I'm not even a lawyer. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Oh, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Yes. This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. And this is why for decades after, the feud between them will be forevermore. You become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Do you think? Oh my god, took out his top knot. The disrespect. I do love that they're allowing these sharp instruments in the courtroom. 1,000 millennia may pass and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in the country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I'm sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation, new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. I kinda know, but it's still bad. Still bad. This is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. What mission? What other mission? Ah, something additional is there. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. Oh, keeping secrets from me, are you? As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense how, can I put it, unusual potential. I'm very much looking forward to seeing you, seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. We are almost done. Oh my god. Finally, a not guilty verdict. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty! Finally! Oh my god. This took so long. We are 6 hours, 42 minutes. This court is now adjourned. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants to Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Yay! No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant, you worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any. Oh, thank you so much. If we hadn't had the research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Yay! Speaking of Mikotoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Hello, sir. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed a true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. I don't understand why she killed him, though. What was the reasoning for that? Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boys. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. Yeah, she did. She was the reason why we made it that far. Even if we had more twists and turns, if we didn't have the research paper, we would be dead now. We would have been in jail, having a bad time. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything in my way. I think you might be taken to the police station if that's the case, sir. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. Something bigger is at foot. And it smells like a Sherlock Holmes case. Or in this case, as I know, in terms of characters, because I've seen them, Herlock Sholmes. Sholmes? Sholmes. Not Shlomes. We'll get his name right later. It's not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. It's not that easy. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. Interesting. What, Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Ah. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Must what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Which means it's probably going to rule in her favor. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. Well, she said she was going to have tea with the Minister of Justice, so she's somewhere high in the totem pole. They can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of commute pants? Pant? We got to look up that word later. It's just, it's not complicated for her. She has no comeuppance? She has no repercussions for this. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. Oh, excuse me. Oh god, sorry, my throat is gurgling. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's have some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're Detective Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. I'm still worried. Have you gone to the hospital for this? Not that I know whether or not that they could help you with it. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. Something fishy's afoot, though. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. We might find out later. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Nah, this was a team effort. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure, so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Well, come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. No, you've been helping me the entire way. Please don't leave me. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. No, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all, because you knew I could trust you. Or, I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry, what do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke, do you know what the most crucial weapon it is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? Yeah, but... No, the ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe that in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm a human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and to stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. In the end, you found it, though your own efforts, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Kazuma. He's gonna be leaving me. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Hi, Hosonaga. Might want to get a new towel to wipe the blood off your face. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. What is this request? Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now your first court victory. And your steady tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Don't you forget. Don't I forget. Yes, that too. He's not going to be able to have this conversation with me again later, is he? So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Miko Toba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. I mean, he stole the evidence. If there was no evidence, then I would also be in a predicament. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through the trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh. We'll find out next time. Oh my god, we're finally done! Holy crap! Yeah! Oh my god. Yes, episode 2! Oh, there's 5 episodes in total. Cool. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. I'm calling it there. Holy crap. Return to the title screen. I will in a second. We've made it after just about 7 hours. Yay, we're done. Oh my god. I have to say, the way that they conducted this game is beautiful. Oh my god. The frustrations that you feel, though, when you're going through all of that turmoil and the twists and turns, the absolute cherry on top that is Ace Attorney games. You think you're done. You're not. You're not. There is always another twist at the end. Even after getting this not guilty verdict, it's still another twist in the story because she's not getting tried in Japan and figuring out all this other things that are happening. And our best friend, our team together, our partner, something bad's gonna happen to him. I feel. It's gonna be bad. Okay. I don't know if this boat means that we're going with him to Great Britain. It would be cool if we are. Okay, we'll find that out next time. Which is on Saturday. We're gonna be streaming more of this. This is great. I'm so glad that I got this game and persevered to get through the Ace Attorney trilogy so I can get to this game. Sai is definitely right. And I know Sai is sleeping right now. I hope they're having good dreams currently. This game is great. It's so fun. I love it. And I can't wait to see what the other characters are going to be and how animated they're going to be. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see the other prosecutors as well. But with that, I'm hungry. Like actually hungry. I did not actually eat much of my snacks, but I'm excited. See, now you understand how much this game goes all out. It really does. It's all tied together. But with that, I will see you guys on Saturday. Thank you for helping me think of like good theories to get through this and pointing me in the right direction through pure either speculation or giving me hints in such a broad way. Thank you as always. I'll see you guys on Saturday. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I have no idea what time zone you all are in, but have a good morning, good evening, good night. I hope you sleep well when you go to bed or do well in any activities that you're about to do. I'm going to head out and go feed myself and get more water because this room has been toasty for a little bit too long. Good night, everybody. I'll see you on Saturday. Goodbye.